Good evening, welcome to night number 6 of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Gibraltar. We've got two more very exciting games coming right your way, with first taking on third. Two must-win games for both teams very early on in this tournament. Hoping the weather stays away, we're getting ready to get underway here. My name's Charlie Hunt, you're watching the FanCode European Cricket T10 on the European Cricket Network.
Yeah, that's exactly where we are here at the Europa Point Stadium then for matches 11 and 12 then of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Gibraltar. Of course, we lost a game yesterday due to the weather, but it looks as if the weather's going to be staying away. That's where we are at the moment. And there's the conditions that we've got coming our way. Doesn't seem as if there's going to be any rain, but we can go ahead and get involved then. Pirates, they've won the toss here in match number 11. They've elected to bowl first, so they'll be fielding first as the... Take a look at the lineups. You can see there the skipper for today's game, Chris Watkins. And again, very much looking forward to seeing how these two go about things. Of course, top of the table, Pirates on 6 points at the moment, mostly due to the work that's been done by the likes of Ken Rynessa and Andrew Reyes at the top of the order. And they've been pretty well supported by Christian Rocker, but don't forget Richard Cunningham as well. He's taken 7 wickets in this tournament up till this point. And I know that he'll be hoping to get the chance to add to a few of those wickets as soon as he can. Of course, won't have to wait too long because the Pirates will be bowling first. But a very good evening to everyone tuning in around the world on FanCode in India or on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel. Very good evening to a special few in there, to a working nightmare, to Steve Cook as well. To RMF as well. Very good evening to all of you. Thank you very much for tuning in here today on a nice Wednesday evening. Much more pleasant after yesterday. Of course, that game between the Sloggers and Tainers match 10 will be rearranged. As to when that will be, we will update you when we know. Expected score then, the supercomputer between Rugby CC and Pirates. This is certainly going to be an interesting one here, as it's picking the Rugby CC by a handful of runs, so that'll be an interesting matchup, of course, between these two. As we're almost ready to get things underway, and as the teams are getting ready to make their way out to the middle. Of course, looking forward to seeing Ian Latine at the top of the order. He's in fine form at the moment. Is the opening batsman, currently on 191 runs, and is the leading batsman, or the leading run scorer, I should say, at the moment. And you can hear that. Teams making their way out then, led by the two on-field umpires for this first match, Steve Mumford and Sebastian Maynard. And then tournament referee stepping in as third umpire, Stefan Gooch, who will be taking the third umpire position. As you can see, they're making their way out to the middle of the Europa Point Stadium. Charlie Hunt here on the European Cricket Network. Absolute privilege and pleasure to be bringing you the coverage of these two games yet again. Good evening to James, who's jumped in once more. Always good to have you back on the chat, James. But a big matchup here between first versus third. Rugby CC looking pretty tidy when things go their way. Heavily reliant on that man. Ian Latine won't be facing first livery, but he'll be of course taking the first delivery. Will Christopher Watkins. We can see that there's not as many layers being worn this time around. Ken Rynessa will be taking the first over, which is pretty much the tactic that's been deployed every game so far for Pirates CC. course, it was a real shame to having to postpone that game yesterday. The players and officials did very well to stay out for as long as they could, but it just got to a point where the rain was too heavy and ended up being a little bit too much for the players out in the middle. But of course, that match will be rescheduled to a later date. The joys of being in a location for a good couple of weeks. Just waiting for that clock to tick over the half-an-hour mark. Of course, a little bit earlier. The start times do fluctuate here in Gibraltar over the course of this tournament. But it looks as if we're ready to get things underway, and it will be Ken Ernesto of Pirates up against Christopher Watkins of Rugby CC. And in classic European cricket style, we start with a wide down that leg side. Ernesto then, well, got a smile on his face this time, but a few nights ago there was a certain death stare about him that was being thrown around. This time he's just going to drop and run. It'll be the first runs on the board, and it's off the pad of Christopher Watkins. And again off the pad, half of an appeal from Nestor, but it's fielded well by Stephen Gilbert. That's the man at square leg. You see that one going down leg by quite a fair distance, and you can always tell by where the wicketkeeper ends up following that delivery. He was Christian Rocker was a long way down the leg side. Well, once more on the pad, bit more of an appeal this time, but yet again is just another leg bite. A real crazy lateral movement. It's going in with the angle. Watkins pretty happy just to watch it fly onto his pad. Full toss, driven nicely straight to Cunningham, who does collect it cleanly. So much so it's a direct tip for his troubles as well. If you were paying attention to our social medias, you'd have seen a very good clip of Cunningham's fielding down at long off a couple of days ago. At the young age of, or the bright age of 52, he's not afraid of throwing his body around, and rightly so. This is cleared, straight to the man and taken. And well, that one flows right through to Gilbert, who I think's taken one on the chest there. But it's the first wicket to fall. Christopher Watkins goes without scoring. First wicket down then. And the score is 5 for 1. There's a replication really of, or replicas of the previous deliveries, and Watkins wasn't able to get any bat on it last few times around. However, this time he did, but he clipped it straight to square leg. And Stephen Gilbert happy to see that eventually taken. And Watkins has to go for none. New batsman then, coming in at number 3. It's going to be Dave Barley. Got a final delivery left in the over. Stays outside the line of it, pushes it for a single. He'll keep the strike, and he's off the mark straight away. And at the end of that first over, Rugby CC are 6 for 1. So this is the stats gun for the two squads, and you can see there Rugby CC just how heavily reliant they are on Ian Latin. 191 runs to his name at the moment. Of course, he'll be hoping he can add to that, but it's also the strike rate, just under 200. And then looking at the bowlers, Margie's been in the wickets for Rugby CC, but the Pirates, they're top of the table for a reason, not really heavily reliant on too many people, but that top three has been very reliable for the Pirates in Nestor, Reyes and Rocker. No long burns in this first game. And then you look at the bowlers as well, they're not really missing burns, are they? Cunningham with 5. That's up to 7 now, I believe, in fact, and Reyes is also picking in. And here is Reyes then. He's on the money straight away, but that one doing too much. It's almost a stock delivery that Reyes seems to have at the moment. He's really able to keep it on a string, it feels like. He's always angling into that right-hander. This time driven nicely from Barley, and they might have to take another look at that, as Jonathan West was the man down at long on. Cunningham seems to think he's okay, but it was a nice shot from Barley. It was a well played shot down the ground. It's just, and that one I think might have to be looked at again. And it has been given as 4, and it was a good effort though from West. Almost got round to cover it off. In fact, he did. It was just the fact that he didn't push it off his body. But it will mean that it's 4-2 to Dave Barley. This time pushed leg side and will rotate for just a single. I'm liking the look of the sunglasses here from Reyes. Took that blinder of a catch a few days ago as well in a losing battle. This is just push leg side, and this will just be a single. So much so we're going to have to take a look at it once more time. This was the catch. It was almost out of nowhere, wasn't it, from Reyes? Picked it out of thin air. And unfortunately, they didn't go on to win that game, but he'll be happy that that was still caught on camera, and he'll be showing that to the kids and grandkids for the years to come. This time, once more, just pushed to Cunningham for a single. Full toss, and that's 4. That's been swatted away. Reyes getting it completely wrong. It's a rare loose delivery from Andrew Reyes. 2 full, and a man like Ian Latine's talent and skill is not going to miss out on a Gundy ball, and it's 4 to the total. Good way to end the over then for the Rugby CC. They finish 17 for 1 after 2, and this is the table at the moment then. And it's confirmation that first takes on third here today. Pirates sitting on top on 6 points, and then 3 teams below them all on 4. So that just shows that every single game is a real must-win, because each team is more than capable of being able of taking a victory off each other. Kenroy Nestor, 1 for 3 off his first over. He'll try to keep it as quiet as possible once more. Trying to close out the power play as well. Full toss, driven nicely once more from Barley, and it's going to race away. Cunningham will give chase, but it will be unsuccessful. And the full toss gets punished. And Barley's looking pretty confident early on in his innings. He already moves into double figures with that shot. Lovely way to start the over. Waits for it nicely, plays it nice and late. Doesn't get to it pretty early. Nestor, of course, probably one of the quicker of the bowlers in this tournament. Barley just enjoying the use of that extra pace. Not the start that Nesta would have wanted here, though. And again, just down the ground, and good cricket. Gets the boundary, but then knows doesn't need to take any silly risks, and it's just another single. Well, that one has done everyone. That has flown and zipped off the pitch. And Rocker, and he's lucky he's not taken one square on the face. You can see there he's a little bit bemused, but that one flies through. It beats Latine, and so much so that it beats Rocker at the same time. And that will go all the way, and it'll be 4 byes. There's nothing on it. No bat on that whatsoever. And this has not been a good start to the over. There's already 9 off it now. And this is pushed just down the ground again. Latine just giving himself a bit of time. It's how we always see him structure his innings. He takes a bit of time to get going, but as soon as he starts, there is almost no stopping him. He's like a freight train on a path of destruction. It's very, very tough to stop him when he gets going. Barley, 12 off 7. It's another full toss. Just struggling a little bit is Nestor to find his line and length. Possibly struggling for a bit of rhythm as well. It's nice to see that we're getting some comfortable cricket as well, as yesterday wasn't the nicest of playing conditions for anyone in and around the ground. Of course, we managed to see that first one be taken a victory by way of Duckworth Lewis. This is Fuller and swatted. Almost unconventionally, but still will be another single. He's been busy down at long on, has Jonathan West. This time is carved away onto that offside. Simon Morgan will cut it off, and that will be the end of the power play. 31 for 1 after 3 then for Rugby CC. And Rocker, who has taken some splendid takes both down the offside and leg side for Pirate CC, will be a little bit disappointed that time around after letting that 4 flow through. 6, 11, 14 then are the total overs at the moment. End of power play signal then by umpire Sebastian Maynard. And it looks as if it's going to be Jonathan West will be taking this over. This 4th over is a crucial one. It's the start of the first over. As it looks wise, is it? Someone tell me if I'm wrong, but there's a little bit of a Shane Warne-esque in West's appearance. I don't know if that's just me.
Corner, you need someone, boy. Hey, inside.
Interesting to see what he's got up his sleeve as West. There's a few discussions about who needs to be where. Of course, restrictions mean maximum of 5 out.
Yes, boy.
Good start early on. But West on the money straight away.
Westy! Lovely start, that Westy!
course, Jonathan West did make 4 appearances in last year's tournament for Tariq. He's just more of a batsman at that time around, but he's getting an early bowl then in this year's edition. And he's on the money straight away with his first 2 deliveries. Lofted down the ground. Nestor will watch and will take it safely. There have been a few that have got through. A couple of the fielders down at long off and long on. It's not an easy position to field. That one certainly saved the boundary. This one stays very low. Of course, the pitch has been covered overnight, and throughout the day has been a bit of rainfall over the last few hours. That comes right off the toe end of the bat. Barley's getting a few lunges in. And this one, and rightfully so, is just respected and met with the full face of the bat and then just pushed into that offside. But West is looking pretty much on the money, considering he wasn't used as a bowler at all last year. Come into the frame of things here, looking pretty confident. Well, this has been hit and hit hard. Cunningham will watch it though. Again, means that it's a very tidy over, comes to an end, just concedes 4 off it for West. And at the end of the 4th, 35 for 1. Good evening then to the likes of James, to Julian as well, has joined us. To Mike Seal as well. And to everyone else tuning in as well. Let us know where you're all watching from. Always intrigues me to see where everyone's tuning in from. Of course, on the most southern tip of Europe, you can see there. It's probably a rare sight that you'll ever see whilst on the European Cricket Network, that we can see a different continent on that camera angle. Bit of Africa on the left-hand side. The team then been kept quiet at the moment. 10 off 10 for him, hasn't really been able to get going. Like saying he's working from home in his office in southern England. That's an ideal situation, ideal setup by the sounds of it to me, as the new bowler Nishant Joshi starts with a full toss. And it hasn't been taken. And there's frantic calls to get it in, and Reyes will do so. So it will only be a single, which means Lateen won't face that that free hit. But Joshi possibly just complaining of a bit of a slippery delivery, getting that one completely wrong. Full toss, slapped hard. This one is, the chase is on for Cunningham. But once more, he will come round, and at the moment, he's putting an early shout in for MVP in the field and with ball in hand for this tournament. This is full, and slapped hard, that'll be 6. And it was only a matter of time, wasn't it, from Ian Lateen? He's been biding his time nicely, but this one pounces on a bit of a Gundy ball, and it's going to be the first maximum of today's play. Ash Farm saying, watch from Modesto in California. That's an interesting one. Nice to hear from you, Ash, though. James is saying, watching from the complete opposite corner of Europe in Estonia. What's the weather like in Estonia? I'm guessing cold is what my shout's going to be. Needs a response, does Joshi. This time he's on the money. This time just pulled, and West will collect. And Bajendra is saying that they're watching from Nepal. There you go. Nice to hear where you're watching from. Good to see that the global reach that is being accomplished here on the European Cricket Network, really widening the game. And perfect delivery from Joshi, right in the block hole. And Dave Barley plays all round it. And he has to go for a well-made 17, but his innings falls short. And Rugby CC lose their second, 45 for 2. looking to penetrate the leg side, but realistically that one was needing to be met with a full face of the bat. Bit of a goal shot about that one, trying to play a dog leg left on a par 5 potentially, but that's a good wicket though for Joshy. That will make this over a little bit more worthwhile. He was getting a bit of punishment, went for 10, or has gone for 10 already with 2 deliveries left, but that will certainly make things a little bit better, picking up a wicket for Barley, who was looking pretty comfortable at the crease, but he goes. New man out to the middle then is going to be John Matthews.
Down, come on. Tennis.
This is a short delivery. This is slapped leg side. Reyes collects and does so very well. And it's just a single. Brings Latine on strike for the final ball of this over. Last delivery then. And that's 6. And it's 2 full, it's a full toss, and a player of Ian Latine's calibre is not going to miss out. And the over has gone for several runs. It goes for 17 at the end of the 5th. Rugby CC, they are sat on 52 for 2. That's a lovely shot from Ian Latine, and he's not exactly going to miss out on a full one. It's a man who we've seen hit lots and lots of runs. He's already he'll be into 200 plus now with this score of this first game, of course. I'm sure we'll be expecting him to play in that second game, but only time will tell. But 52 on the board at the halfway stage, looking to push on towards a score of 100 plus, and that's where we've kind of seen scores be a little bit tough to chase, haven't we? As anything in and around that 100 mark is always proving to be a little bit too difficult to chase. But a couple more wickets, and you can take the odd chance that Ian Latine may give to you, and he'll be right back into the thick of things. All Pirates, as the skipper Ryan Grimes comes into the attack. They start straight away, and there's an appeal and given, and Matthews goes, and Grimes gets the breakthrough straight away. Good catch this from Christian Rocker. It was full, it was straight, bit of angling in as well. It was a bit of an inside edge. It looked as if Matthews was making the walk, or starting the walk. Just pause to see what the umpire was going to say. Umpire raises his finger though, and he has to go, and it's the 3rd wicket to fall. Rugby CC 52 for 3. This one here, right on the money straight away from Grimes, the skipper, leading from the front. There certainly was a noise, wasn't there? And Rocker was pretty much dead set on his appeal. New batsman, Stephen Carey, coming in at number 5 for Rugby CC. Steve Cook saying, watching from South Yorkshire in England, looking out on a quarter moon in a clear sky, just as the night is coming in. That doesn't sound too bad, that, does it, Steve? Doesn't sound too bad at all. Mike saying no beanie tonight. No beanie tonight at all, actually. I've gone for a warmer, thicker snood, though. So hopefully that'll do the trick, and it's doing it at the moment. But if it gets colder, we'll see. Carey facing his first delivery.
Yes,
For a full toss, but early on in the innings, just pushes it back to the bowler. Yeah, no, it's a warmer one at the moment. Of course, with the earlier start times means we do get a little bit more of the sun. You can see that. You can see the shadows on the pitch. All right, it's another one, and that is a superb delivery. That was better than the last one. Ryan Grimes has picked up 2 in the over. And once more, a bit of a mid-order collapse seeming to be the issue for Rugby CC, as Carey goes without scoring. And that was a superb in-swinging Yorker from Ryan Grimes. And it's the 4th wicket to fall, Rugby CC, 52 for 4.
Just bowl them out, boys. Just bowl them out.
A superb bit of bowling that is from Grimes. He's
Bowl them out, boys.
starting it right outside that offside and letting the ball do the work. There is a bit of crosswind, of course, going from left to right across your screen, so that possibly helping a little bit, but still, it's a good start for Ryan Grimes. That's his first. This is his first over of the tournament as well. It's going pretty well. 2 for none after 0.3. David Quash is the new man in. Well, from 0 to 0 it seems for Grimes. Gets this one all wrong and it races away towards the boundary. And that'll be 5 wides down the leg side. Bit of too much movement from Grimes. Jesse Siggy couldn't even cut that off. Android Turner, tuner I should say. Saying Latine is the key. And this is let go from Quash.
Ryan, dry it, please. Dry it, please. Yes,
Just turned around the corner from Quash. And that'll be a nice way to get off the mark. Gets on, done so with a single.
Kenneth, wider, Kenneth.
And Latine will just push this for a single. He'll be wanting to face as much of the strike as he can now for the last 4 overs. 6 overs down, 59 for 4 on the board. This is the story so far for the bowlers. Nestor going for 1 for 13 off his 2 overs then. Mr. Reliable with both bat and ball at the moment for Pirates. And Andrew Reyes uncharacteristically going for 11. Got a bit of tap from Latine and Barley as well. Won't surprise me if we see him back. But here is the leading wicket taker for Pirates so far in this tournament. Richard Cunningham into the attack, then up against a dangerous Latine. He's hoping he's got his number. Slapped into the offside. And they were wanting to, but Quash didn't seem as if he seemed to be too interested at all. No surprise there really though, Latine wanting to face as many deliveries as he can. He's been starved of it more than anything. He's only faced 15 deliveries. That was his 16th. And this one possibly just impact outside. Pushing him back though, getting him stuck on the crease. No real turn, certainly missing the off stump, but again, getting him stuck. No real intent from David Quash. Pulled into that leg side and what should and most likely will just be a single. Mike Seal then asking a question saying, what are the fielding restrictions for T10? So, usual fielding restrictions for the first 3 in the power play. You can only have 2 men out on the ring. Everyone else has to be inside. And then from that 4th over through to the 10th, maximum of 5 out of the ring. Down the ground and hit nicely. However, straight to Simon Morgan, who keeps it, and it will just be a single. And again, Cunningham is proving to be a very, very tricky customer to deal with as a batsman here in Gibraltar. Has got 5 wickets to his name. So he's already beaten his total last year, which was 4. This is turned round the corner, straight to deep square leg, who will do the work, Gilbert. Yes, Cunningham, he's gone for 5 for 49 before this game, so that's now 5 for 53 in his well, this will be his 7th over, so that's really is superb from Cunningham. This is a full toss and slapped, and that's 6. And just as I'm singing his praise, it all goes a little bit wrong. Goes a bit pear-shaped from Cunningham. It's a full toss, and Latine has faced a few of those in this innings. And we'll add one that goes to the list because that's 6 more.
Oh no, he's on strike. Come in. Kenner's in.
Not a tidy end to the over, though, for Cunningham as it goes for 10. And at the end of the 7th, 69 for 4 on the board. Nice little fact for you then, getting a bit of information fed through to me. Today was the first ever Winter Olympics, began back in 1924. There's always a nice bit of information there. Skipper back into the frame. And they turn this into that leg side, and it will just be a single, and that's good running from these two. Grimes went for 2 for 7 off his first over. He'll be hoping he can try and take a couple more. This is slapped down the ground for another single. West doing the work. Gets a bit of shit on that one, does Grimes. Bit of the shin bone. Respected from Quash. Rightly so. Ryan Grimes has rarely let any room be available for the batsman so far in his 1.3 overs. Pulled nicely. We'll take some cutting off from Gilbert. And again, that one might have to be looked at, because from the angle I'm sat at, it might look like he may have touched the rope on his way down. We'll take another look though. You see here.
Hey, start the time. Right, quite about the time. We're all right, just calm it down here.
Just going to take another look then at here as he falls down. And the foot's touching there. That's the incriminating evidence. That's enough for me to overrule that. And signalled 4 then. So that's 4 to Quash. Nice shot. Pulled into that leg side. Unfortunate though for Gilbert. He would have thought he did enough, but it's 4 to the total. And back on the money straight away as Grimes goes nice and full. It's Joshy that does the work. Lateen 34 off of 19. And well, Lateen's average before this game was sat at a measly 95.5 in the tournament, as you do. This time, slap down the ground. We'll take some cutting off, and not even Cunningham can get there. Elegant shot from Lateen. Pure power, and right out of the textbook. Couple of steps down, goes in to out, and it's a lovely shot. And a very good way to end the over. 80 for 4 after 8. And that's what we come to expect to be in Lateen here in Gibraltar. Just seems to have an answer to everything. That was probably the right approach against Grimes. He was getting a lot of natural movement. So just taking those few steps down really does take that out of the equation and makes it 10 times harder. Well, 10 times easier as a batsman, I should say. West continuing after a good first over then. And that will start with a wide down that offside. Oh, this one, a dropped chance. That one flowing through. Rocker taking the move to stand up. There was a certain nick off the bat of Quash. You can see it pops up considerably right into the chest of Rocker. That's he's okay though. It's a top ball, and this is turned around the corner nicely. It's a shot at the stumps for him. Jesse Segi. All happens then in the 9th, supposedly. And a wicket of Latine would be a big, big booster for Pirates. And that's exactly what he does. Tries to come down the track and take the attack to West, and West holds his nerve and keeps it on that tidy line and length of top of off. And he gets the wicket, the all-important wicket of Latine. He goes for 38. And that's the 5th wicket down, 82 for 5. And depending on how you look at that, that was a moment of commentator's curse if you're the batsman, but I'd call it just good calling. That's just me anyway. But the dangerous Latine has to go, and all of a sudden, they're looking like they could be in a bit of a struggle to reach that 100 mark. They were looking pretty comfortable at the halfway stage at 52 for not very many. Again, have just been a flourish of wickets in that middle order, and that really has been the issue. Losing 3 and 2 overs in the 5th and 6th really has been a bit of a killer and stented the flow of runs. New batsman is Robert Azopardi for Rugby CC. And again, West has been a crucial addition to Pirates here. No Lorne Burns means West coming into the attack, the bowling attack as well. And he's just been able to keep it really relatively quiet. 1 for 6 so far. And again, as a party. No real intent, just taking a couple of deliveries to get his eye in. Wouldn't surprise me to see if we see him trying to turn it around the corner if it's straight. And this has somehow got through. Rocker, I think, getting a pad on it. And they will come through for a leg bye. But again, another splendid over, and it brings an end to a very impressive first spell for Jonathan West in the tournament. He finishes with figures of 1 for 7 off his 2 overs, with just 3 off that last over. And at the end of the 9th, 83 for 5. Superb spell. 1 for 6 is not easy, especially on this ground. And a lot of that was bowling towards Ian Latine. So he'll be pretty content with how he's gone about things. Last over then, it's going to be Reyes to bowl here. Went for 11 off his first over. He of course bowled the second over. He'll be thinking, and he might be in with a chance of a couple wickets here with his dipping in-swingers. Last over then. And almost gets one straight away, missing the top off by a whisker. A matter of centimetres that was, right in the block hole. Yorks himself with that very large stride. Tries to give himself a bit of room. Plays around it entirely and will just be 1. Again, Rugby CC, they'll be just trying to get themselves up towards 90 now. Pirates, they'll be pretty content with how they've gone about things here. Quash once more just pushes out and will just be another single. Advances and gets it all wrong. And no real surprise to see that Andrew Reyes gets another breakthrough. That's his first one of this game. And he's been so consistent at that top of off, and the in-swinging delivery gets as a party. All ends up, and he goes. And it's the 7th wicket, the 6th wicket down. And it's 85 for 6. Steve Cook saying a season-long competition between the commentators as who can get the most match predictions. Well, put one under my name. That's 1 for me, I reckon. also have to remember and take into account, I think it should be percentage on how many games commentated on as well, because you know, a few more doing a few more than others and whatever, and just meaning that the average is probably going to be higher. New batsman then is going to be Christopher Gomila. He's got 2 deliveries remaining, and they'll just be trying to get up to around 90. Oh, there's an appeal here, not given, and it will come through for an eventful, very eventful leg bye. See here, I don't think it's been given a leg bye, in fact. I think it's actually been given as... I'm just trying to get confirmation. Anyway, last ball. And this time will just be a single into the onside. And that will be the end of the innings. Rugby CC will finish on 87 for 6 after their 10 overs. And considering they found themselves at 59 for 4 after 6 overs down, they may feel as if they've left a few out there, Rugby CC. But credit to Pirates. And those middle overs from the likes of Grimes and West and Cunningham were really able to drag them back into the game, and it meant that they've restricted Rugby CC to 87 for 6, setting 88 for victory in the second innings of match number 11. Go ahead and take a look at the highlights then of this first innings. And Nestor started with a delivery against Watkins, and it was a nice start for Watkins as he pushed this into the leg side. However, it was straight to the man at square leg. It was a good catch from Stephen Gilbert, even though he may have taken a bit of damage, but then the incoming batsman of Bali, he looked pretty confident straight away. And that was an unlucky bit of fielding from West, as he was eventually deemed to have been touching the rope. And then Ian Latine once more in the runs yet again. Probably a little bit disappointed with the way he got out and how he also wasn't able to quite punish on a few of the deliveries that were offered to him. But that one was an incredible delivery. That one beat everyone, all ends up. But Latine hit 3 6s and 2 4s in his innings of 38 off of 21. Dave Barley, though, went and played all around a delivery from Nishan Joshi. Bit of a disappointing way to get out. But he went, which meant John Matthews came in, and there's a good take from Christian Rocker off the bowling of Ryan Grimes. He went 2 for 18 off his 2 overs alongside Jonathan West. The pick of the bowlers, 1 for 6 off his 2 overs as well. And that was the other delivery, and then which meant that David Quash came into the frame of things and joined Latine, and that was an early start. And well, this one was a serious hit into that leg side, and he was offered a few full tosses from the bowlers, and he certainly did pounce on them. But this was a nice shot. It was again unlucky for Stephen Gilbert. Deemed to have touched the rope once more. That was a lovely shot from Latine, and then very next up, it was a peach of a delivery from Jonathan West, top of off. Doesn't get much better than that, and Latine had to go for 38. And apart from that, it just seems as if that was a full share. Andrew Reyes getting a last wicket of Robert Azapadi. He went for 1 off 6, which did mean that they finished on 87 for 6 after 10 overs, setting 88 for victory here for the Pirates in match number 11. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in around about 10 minutes time to be exact, as we're almost certainly looking forward to the response of the Pirates. 88 for victory then. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Gibraltar with myself, Charlie Hunt, on the European Cricket Network. Good evening, welcome back to the Europa Point Stadium for the second innings of match number 11 between Rugby CC and Pirates. Pirates have been set 88 for victory then here in match number 11. And it looks as if we're going to have a change at the top of the order. And it is going to be Kenroy Nestor, of course, opening the batting alongside Mr. West this time for Pirates. Of course, no Lorne Burns this evening, which does mean that there's a few changes. And of course they'll be relying on the likes of Andrew Reyes and Christian Rocker, who can certainly help out with those runs. So that's kind of been the key to success for the Pirates at the moment, is the fact that they aren't as heavily reliant on one or two batsmen as maybe the other teams are. But it's going to be John Matthews. He's going to take us into the start of the second innings up against Kenroy Nestor. And it's going to be a wide down the leg side, and luckily so, Watkins gets a glove on it and Gomilla will collect it and bring it in, and that will be a two runs to the total off that wide. It's another leg side wide, and again Watkins gets a bit of glove on it, but clashes into that finger. And this time, right on the money, up against Nestor. He inside edges it a little bit into the hip, I think is where he's gone. So 4 already conceded off this over, with 1 legal delivery being bowled. Matthews under pressure early on. And gets this one right on the money. This is lofted offside, and he has hit this quite well, and it's well enough. It's 4. Good way to get the account underway. Lofted into the offside, too short. Nestor pounces, and it goes all the way. 4 more. Well, this is a full toss and no ball. And able to just swat it away for a single. That'll be a first warning. And he's got him. However, it won't count because it is a free hit. And I think a few players may have forgot that up there. And it was a good delivery though, good comeback. This is right on the money. And surprised to see Watkins didn't think of a possible run out there. And again, it's down the leg side, and once more, Watkins has been pretty busy early on. Short, pulled nicely. That is flat and hard, and that is 6. That's a beautiful shot from Mr. West, and it doesn't quite get better than that. It sat up like a peach, and Jonathan West did well to rotate round that, and it goes all the way, 6 runs. Needs a response. This over is on the risk of going magical hit. It's a good comeback. And it will be a dot ball to finish. And at the end of the first over, it's an expensive one. And it's 17 for none after 1. And we've reached the 70s then, as we're now 70 matches on the European Cricket Network without a golden ball. Those of you that aren't aware, golden ball is how we decide the match in the result of a tie. And if that's where we are, that's how we determine things. The batting side needs to go ahead and get 2 runs out off that last delivery. And if they don't, then the bowling side win. Change of bowling then for Rugby CC. Of course, the second over then. And that is going to be Stephen Carey. He's on the money straight away. And Nestor just has to fend this into that leg side, and it's a dot ball to start. And once more down that leg side, and Watkins is most likely going to be wanting a couple of days off after today because his fingers are getting a little bit of battering at the moment. He does very well to get a bit of glove on it though, doesn't he? There's Watkins. We saw him pull off an excellent stumping earlier on in the tournament. And this time it's just pushed into the offside, and Nestor comes through pretty quickly. And that wind, no surprise, just picking up as that sun drops down. The temperature drops a little bit. This is down the ground, and it manages to get a hand on it, does he? And it will just be 1. It should just be 1, it won't be. They're going to take on the second. Oh, and this one, well, he takes out Watkins in the process with a bit of a slide tackle. And we're going to go ahead and take a look upstairs here. And just checking sure that he's okay. I think they're both okay. It was an interesting attempt of a second run. They're going to go ahead and take a look upstairs. It could be close. It's just the next couple of frames. And I think he's made his ground. I think to me that looks as if he's made his ground just. And I think that's exactly what's happened. Confirmation there, survives. So it's 2 runs to the total. And again down the leg side, and this time Watkins, it's too far out of his reach, and it'll be 5 wide, and once more it's going from bad to worse, and this one is too wide and Watkins can't get a glove on it. So a change in the field then, as it looks as if it's possibly going to be a change in angle as well. Looks as if he is angling to come round the wicket this time. And it works as it's just tucked round the corner for a single. So brings West on strike, who's 7 off 4. Of course, hit that magnificent 6 into the leg side. And this is slapped through the infield. It carves away. I don't think it's going to go all the way. It'll be collected by Latine, and it will just be one.
Yeah, exactly. You going scary?
Looking to finish off the over then as quietly as possible, and he won't do that. It's a beautiful shot from Nestor, and that's 6. And it's full, and it's given the treatment it's deserved. It was a slot delivery from Scary, and it goes a long, long way. 6 more, and a brilliant way to end the over. 35 for none after 2. And so good, he's going to hold the pose, and I'll be expecting to see that on Nestor's Instagram at some point. 35 for none after 2 then. Medra's saying, how am I? I've never seen you as commentator before. Yeah, this is, did a few gigs last year. I don't know if you were tuning in at a couple of those, but I was around there. Take a look then, 6 points at the moment for Pirates, looking to try and make it 8 here with just a single loss at the moment. Yeah, I did a few gigs last year. I covered the Valletta Cup and the Portuguese Night Series, and I did the Desert Springs recent series towards the end of last year, and then also did Belgium as well. I was up in Belgium with Vinny. That was a good that was a good European cricket series. The team then starts with a full toss, and it's going to race away, and I think ball's going to win the race, and it will. So a full toss, it'll be a no ball free hit, and even worse, it goes for 4. That was well weighted on from West. A loose delivery from Latine, and already this chase is proving to be pretty comfortable for Pirates. Free hit then. Slapped down the ground, and yet again it won't go all the way. It will just be a single. Well, this is in the right area yet again. It's well watched. Well watched by Harry Pyle for Rugby CC. And again, it's just another single. That one, no real spin on it, but still in a good area. Trying to cut this away as West, trying to carve it into that offside, but no real foot movement. Just gets a little bit stuck. Well, there's foot movement on this one, and it goes the distance. 6 more. That's flat and hard once again. And Jonathan West is making light work of the bowling of Ian Latine at the moment. And he gets slapped back over his head. 6 more. It's another Maximo then here in Gibraltar. We've had a few. Well, West has come into the frame of things for the Pirates, and he's proving to be a pretty handy addition. And this one is given not out. There's a good shout though from Latine. Get an opportunity to take another look here. It's a tricky one. It's not an easy decision. He's given not out. Potentially for height maybe. Back to live action. This will just be chipped down the ground. And it's Ramagi who will do the work. And that will be an end to another pretty expensive over. And it's already at less than a runnable at the end of the 3rd. End of the power play. 49 for none. (17, 18 and 14 then. Those are the last 3 overs, and that's not how you want to start a defence of just 87 at the moment for Rugby CC. And of course then signalled end of the power play, as it looks as if Dave Barley is going to come into the attack for Rugby CC. He hasn't got many runs to play with. 39 off 42 is required then. 5.5 and over will do it. And another big over here, and well, we could be over by the 6th or 7th over at this stage. 31 for 1 where Rugby sees, so a long way in front our Pirates at the moment. It's due to this beautiful opening partnership of Jonathan West and Kenroy Nestor. Dave Barley into the attack, and good first delivery leaves it in that corridor of uncertainty. Good start there from Barley. West just pushing at it a little bit. Oh, he does well here to turn this around the corner. Otherwise it was looking like he was about to get trapped well in front. He gets a bit of grit this time. Back on the money straight away after a bit of a full toss the previous delivery. This is straight back on him and almost clatters into the non-striker's end. It would have been a freak dismissal. Well, he had no idea where it was going to end up. See here, it's smashed back at him, almost, very nearly. Goes on to the non-striker. So we already had one of those here in Gibraltar. This is a top edge up in the air. It's going to fall safely. Doesn't really go anywhere, as Gormilla just has to watch that sail safely back down to the ground. This time offside, and they will push him, and they push the fielder so much so that it means that they force a mistake, and it's a pretty comfortable single. And at the end of the fourth, 53 for none for the Pirates. Four overs down then, 36 required, 35 now after that single, so 35 or 36. And it's been a very, very serious opening partnership from Kenroy Nestor and Jonathan West. Jonathan West coming into the game and having a blinder of a match so far for Pirates. Excellent spell with the ball, but also now with the bat at the top of the order. Carey continuing then. And that is hit, and that is going to stay hit. That is 6. And that is out of the ground. New balls, please. That's a Maximo here, and it's Kenroy Nestor, and he holds the finish. New Kookaburra ball, please, because that is a booming 6 from Nestor. And at the moment, this chase is looking like it's going to come to a very uneventful end, because it seems as if it's going to be quite a comfortable finish now. Less than 30 required. And we're lucky there was no oncoming traffic behind the ground. And this time, sensible from Nestor, just plays it into the leg side. I think that's where there's been a real change in mindset from Nestor. We've come accustomed to seeing him really take the attack almost every single delivery and try and hit the ball out of the ground every ball, but it seems to be he just has a little bit more of a correct mindset, and he knows that if there's a poor delivery he can pounce, and he's got the ability to do so. But not every ball has to go for 6. He can just nurdle and rotate the strike. West coming down the track, and Carey potentially saw him coming and tried to move it down the leg side to get that potential stumping, but Watkins wasn't able to come across and cut it off, and it does mean that it's another boundary. It's 5 wides. And again, this is now becoming a very simple task for Pirates, looking as if they're going to cruise to a victory here. That's now 24 required. And this time, he's back on the money straight away, is Stephen Carey. And this is a little tickle straight to Gomila, who will keep it and collect it, and it will just be yet again another single at the moment. Gary's just trying to get through this over as quietly as possible. He's gone for 30 runs already off of just 1 point. 0.3 deliveries. This is a full toss, it's 4. Clipped off the hip from Jonathan West, and this run chase now goes into the teens as that is a full toss, and it will be another boundary. It's another elegant shot, and it is a no ball as well, and it's going to be a free hit, and Stephen Carey just having a bit of a mare today. Just can't quite get it right. And when you're up against two dangerous batsmen in Jonathan West and Kenra Nestor, it's a very difficult task. But Carey then has got a free hit to deal with now, and West is on strike. Down the ground again, hasn't quite got all of it. It's more of a cloth than anything, but it will just be another single. And it keeps that free hit relatively quiet, does Carey. And this time it's a lovely shot from Nestor. We've seen him leave those wide legs, those legs down wide, but this is a lovely shot, manages to clip it, and it's another 4. And that means that Pirates finish 77 for none after 8 overs, and this game looking as if it's coming to a very quick end, doesn't it? Just 15, correction, now 11 needed off the last 30 deliveries, so it seems as if these two will hopefully go and do it themselves. But a win here for Pirates means that they go 8 points on the top. They would go 4 points clear, and then they could potentially take another victory this evening, which could put them in a very, very good position early on in this tournament. But very much looking forward to seeing how that's going to play out. And this tournament, of course, taking many twists and turns, but Pirates seeming to be the only, for sure, adamant at the moment. 11 then off 30. Doing it 2 hits, and that's an opportunity, but it burst through the hands, and Pyle will eventually, just glad to see he doesn't slip, will collect it, and it'll just be another single. Bit of an ice rink out there, but good to see he's okay, recovers nicely. And that one could be an excellent bit of work. Just held it back a little bit, did Barley, gave it a bit of flight. Well, Nestor's not exactly waiting around. I think he knows. We've seen him stumped a few times here, and I think he's going to be all but gone. See here, yeah, Watkins is never going to miss out on an opportunity like that. We saw him take a blinder of a stumping earlier on in the tournament, but that's a pretty simple one. And it brings them to a very impressive opening stand of 78. 78 for 1 here in the 6th. Andrew Reyes comes out to the middle. He's again has been Mr. Reliable for the Pirates. Nestor will be happy though. He knows that he's done the job that he's been asked to do. He's come out at the top of the order yet again, this time alongside Jonathan West, who's making a very good first start to this tournament. Last year only managed to get a high score of 27, so he's already beaten that. He's on 29 off 18, but Andrew Reyes then coming in at number 3. And Christian Rocco, I'm sure, will probably be in next if required, of course. Of course, these two teams will go at it again. That's in about 42 minutes or so at 7:30 local time. So that'll be interesting to see how that goes, because a victory again for Pirates, and they'll be very much clear. this is just turned into the onside. And it'll be a single, which means that West can do it in 2 hits if he wishes to. Now just 9 required. Good delivery there that was from Dave Barley to remove Kenroy Nestor. And again, Watkins looking lively. He's had quite a lot to do as Watkins down that leg side, but he's pretty happy and content to be taking a few on that offside for once. And this one is an appeal. And there doesn't seem to be any movement. Watkins was pretty dead set. West was unmoved. Neither was the umpire. I think that the noise was bat on pad by the looks of it there. That angle doesn't really do much for us there. This time, back to live action, just pushed, turned into the leg side. Good bit of work though in the end from David Quash. And an end to the interesting over, as that was just confirmation. It was just turned leg side. End of the over, 6 down, 80 for 1. 8 runs is all it is then for Pirates here to take their 4th victory in the tournament. Story so far, Stephen Carey having a day to forget. Goes for 42 off his 2 overs. He will not be happy. Bowled well last time we saw him, but just getting it all wrong this time around. And it's going to be Thomas Ramagi, the leading wicket taker for Rugby CC. He's going to take us into the 7th over. And he's on the money straight away. Back of a length, just outside off. Asking good questions of West early on. Well, this is drag leg side. And it's not going to go. Harry Pyle was adamant of trying to take on the catch. They know that wickets is what it needs to be. And he didn't get the catch, and he was able to get enough on it to prevent it from going to the boundary as well, trickling over that rope, but it doesn't. And it is just 2 more to the total. This is just off the pad, and Reyes will call him through for a leg bye. And again, singles will be enough. So just a reminder that these 2 teams do go at it again. Double headers every night here in Gibraltar. So these 2 teams go at it once more. That's at 7:30 local time. So 39 minutes away exactly. Or 38 and something seconds to be precise. And an inside edge. Quash is pretty tight there in the short square leg position. 5 runs for victory, then can do it in 1 hit. Oh, that's well adjusted from Reyes, and once more Ramagi just proving to be a tricky customer to get away. He gets it right in the block hole, and it's not the quickest of bowlers. He'll be the first to admit it, but it's in the right areas. That's all you need to do. And this is over the top, and that's going to be 4. It evades the outstretched hand of Cameron Chowdhury, and it will be 4, and that will tie the scores. And at the end of the 7th over, Pirates are 87 for 1. So that will be the end of that over. And 1 run required for victory then. And this is confirmation then, as one needed then. And that will be it. And it will be 4. Lovely shot from Jonathan West, who came into the squad for today's games, and he started extremely well. And he'll finish unbeaten on 36 off of 25 deliveries. And the Pirates will be your winners by 9 wickets here in match number 11. Didn't really look like it was going to be an uncomfortable chase for the Pirates from the off. A very good opening partnership from Kenner and Esther and Jonathan West means that they are going to take a very, very comfortable victory. They now go 4 points clear at the top of the table, as they are your winners here of match number 11. And we can go ahead and take a look at the highlights then of the second innings. It was the start of dreams, wasn't it, from Kenner and Esther and Jonathan West, as they didn't really look too uncomfortable, and it was the overs of Carey that were really dangerous, as he ended up with figures of none for 42 off his 2 overs. But there were some superb shots from Jonathan West alongside Kenner and Esther, as they both went at above a runner ball. Kenner and Esther, that was a close call here, but he survived whilst taking Watkins out at the same time. But this was the dangerous over, wasn't it? Carey going for a few, and Watkins was getting a little bit fed up of having to stop deliveries flowing down that leg side, wasn't he? And understandably so, because he took a few on the tip of the fingers, and on a cold night, not what you want to be doing. And then Latine came in for his 1 over, and again it wasn't the most tidiest. He went for 14, but that was due to some monster shots from Jonathan West. He finishes not out off of 36 off 25, but that was the biggest one of them all. Kenner and Esther out of the ground. And you can see there, a bit of a smile on the umpire's face as well. But then this was, again, it just went from bad to worse for Carey, didn't it? And once more, it was just anything down the leg side was just getting punished. But that was a really nice shot. Bit of touch there from Nestor to turn it around that corner. And then this was how he was given. That was the only wicket to fall off the bowling of Dave Barley. He finished with figures of 1 for 7 off his 2 overs, and in the grand scheme of things, he'd take that any day of the week, but it just wasn't enough. And then eventually it was Jonathan West who hit the winning runs into that offside. As Pirates, they have beaten Rugby CC by 9 wickets here in match number 11. We will be back, straight back to action at about past local time, as these two teams will go at it once again in the second of the double headers here this evening. That's at 7:30 local time, so 35 minutes exactly. We'll leave you with the scorecards. Don't go anywhere. Please come back at 30:30, as we'll see Rugby CC taking on Pirates once again in match number 12. Until then, you've been watching the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Gibraltar with me, Charlie Hunt, on the European Cricket Network. Good evening, welcome to match number 12 then of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Gibraltar with myself, Charlie Hunt, here on the European Cricket Network. We can go ahead and go to tournament referee Stefan Gooch, who's with the two captains for the all-important coin toss.
Okay, rugby the call.
Tails.
Tails is the call. These tails.
We'll have a bat.
Okay. Good luck, guys. All the best. Have a good game.
I got that wrong, didn't I?
So rugby CC have won the toss. They're having a bat. Back over to you, Charlie.
Thank you very much, Stefan. There you go then. Rugby CC winning the toss, and of course they've gone ahead and elected to bat first here in match number 12. Taking a look at the lineups then, and of course you can see there no real massive changes. Jamie Templeton though comes into the frame of things for his first involvement for Rugby CC, and apart from that there's no massive changes. Ian Latine of course leading in the in terms of runs scored. And no real surprise to see that he is strolling and making his way out to the middle to open the batting. He needs to face as many deliveries as possible for Rugby CC. At the moment, Pirates, they're now 4-1 in terms of a record. And, of course, realistically, they've been very dependent on Kenner and Esther, Andrew Reyes, and now, by the looks of it, Jonathan West as well. He's come into the frame of things and still looked very, very impressive as the supercomputer, interestingly here, has increased Rugby CC's expected score to now 101 and kept Pirates at 95 after that last game. Interesting one there from the supercomputer, but that's only what the technology is telling us, is night has fallen here in Gibraltar at the Europa Point Stadium, and lights are now in full effect, and we're going to be getting things underway in match number 12, the second of the evening. Good evening though to everyone all around the world on FanCode in India or on YouTube on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel. My name's Charlie Hunt here for the ECN, and we're almost ready to get things underway. Officials for this game on field is Sebastian Mail alongside Michael Charge, and third umpire is Steve Mumford here in match number 12. And certainly looking forward to this one again. Bit of a disappointing display from Rugby CC after being 52 for 2 after 5 overs, only going on to make 87. It's not really what they were expecting, but they need this man who is going to face the first delivery, Ian Latine. He is the one that needs to face as many deliveries as possible, and he's up against his Gibraltar counterpart. Kenner and Nestor is going to get us underway for match number 12. And that is a impressive way to start the game for Ian Latine and Rugby CC. It's a flick off the pads and it's 4 down the leg side. Lovely shot, waits on it perfectly and just flicks it over the inside ring. And Kenner Nestor, he's gone all the way, right from the first delivery, 4 on the board. Not quite the start that Pirates would have wanted from their opening bowler in Nestor. Can he have a response then? It's Fuller. And Latine just trying to whip this away. Finds the inside edge of the bat and it's straight onto his pad.
Come on, come on! Pirates are quiet, bowler!
And that one getting a bit of nip away off the seam for Nestor. Latine just drops his bat at this one. The usual mist flowing across the ground now, coming in off the Mediterranean Sea. Of course, the Gibraltar Strait is exactly where the Atlantic Ocean meets the Mediterranean Sea. In fact, you can pinpoint where it is due to the change in water colours. This one just dabbed and will just be a single.
Look, it is!
And a change at the top means that Barley is opening alongside Latine, and he's off the mark straight away with a single.
That's all right.
Of course, here in Gibraltar. It's a very interesting part of the world. Most southern point, of course. It's the last point of contact for Europe before you make your way across to the African continent. There's a lot of interesting facts as well. And this is turned around the corner, and Latine chasing, manages to catch up with the ball, and he gets enough battle, and it's going to race away, and it's a good first over for Rugby CC. It goes for 10, and at the end of the first there, 10 for none. And Nestor getting it all wrong a little bit in that over. Take a look then at the stats gun at the moment. Latine, no real surprise that he is still at the top of the question for these two teams. Bali, he's now on 2 wickets then, alongside the likes of Amagi and Gamilla, who are in the wickets as well. But Cunningham as well, 5 wickets at the moment for the Pirates. Nestor added to his 124, as did Mr. Jonathan West, of course. Andrew Reyes taking the second over. And this will be a wide down the leg side. This one back on the money straight away from Reyes. That's where it needs to be. He should just hide it outside that off stump and let the ball do the rest of the work, really. An interesting fact about Gibraltar is that John Lennon and Yoko Ono got married there, or married here a while ago. It's always an interesting fact. This is carved through the offside. Don't think it's got the legs to go all the way. Grimes will do the work. The skipper for Pirates, and it's again another 2 to that total. If you've got any more interesting facts about Gibraltar, go and then get them involved in the chat. See if you can surprise me with some interesting ones. I know Andres is already clicking away and thinking of some himself in my ear, than our director. And this is again a nice shot from Bali. Jay's asking, do you reckon I'll be commentating all the tournament? I won't be. I'll be here for the next 2 days, Thursday and Friday, and then that's me done. That'll be me done for a while, and that means Rico Filt will be taking my place. Bit of bale will be getting underway of 2023. That one doing a lot and doing a lot of turn on it a little bit from Reyes. And potential for buzzers here, but it won't be, as Nestor will eventually back it up. There you go, Jay, saying that popular video game Overwatch features a story sequence in Gibraltar. It's a very interesting fact. I certainly wouldn't have guessed that one. Driven nicely. Cunningham will get a boot on it, and that one will be sore in the morning. But it's an effective boot, and it's just a single. There's a thump on that one. I think it hits the insult. And he's not looking like he's in any pain, which is always good. Never want to see any of that. Lofted down the ground, and Nestor doesn't really attack it because he doesn't know where it is. He loses it entirely, possibly in the lights behind the batsman. But it will just be a single, which does mean that Latine will keep the strike. And at the end of the second, Rugby CC 19 for none. So this is confirmation then. 4-point gap at the top of the table between Pirates and the rest of the 3 teams. All of them on 4 points apiece.
Come on, Tennis, back in the air, mate.
Nestor continuing here into his second over, and that is lofted over the top, and that is going to be all the way, and that is 6 runs. And Latine is taking a liking to the extra pace of Nestor. It's a slot delivery, it's wide, and Latine is very quick to pounce on the wider delivery, and he gets punished. That's 6 more to the total. And this is time, it's clipped and clipped nicely, but it's well fielded. An excellent bit of work. Superb bit of work from Jesse Segui there. And this is carved away, and this will be another 4. That's a lovely shot this time from Dave Barley, who takes that first step away, gives himself a lot of room, and he makes the most of a shorter, wider delivery. And that's another boundary, 4 more. And Joe Root, who's almost certain it's probably not the Joe Root. So, of course, mentioning the fact that the road gets shut down every time that a plane lands because it's the airport, because it's the runway, of course. And this time it's Fuller, and he manages to dig it out, and it will be a single. No, this has that's an interesting one. I think that's gone right up to his helmet. As we see the replay, there's a real clatter. That's exactly what's happened, and it's lucky that he's okay. He doesn't seem to be showing any signs of or any issues straight away. That's never nice to see. I think, in fact, we may have a bit of an issue here. We may have a moment here. We may have to come away, as there is going to be a little bit of a break in play at the moment, and of course that's never nice to see. We hopefully will see Ian Latine making a full recovery. He doesn't seem to be too uncomfortable, but I think it may have just got through the gap in the grille and the lid of the helmet. So hopefully he seems to be okay. But state of this game at the moment, then, well, the Rugby CC, they got off to a flying start, didn't they? As they ended up on 31 for none at the moment, with a single delivery left of the power play. But you join me, Charlie Hunter, in Gibraltar in the commentary box for this 12th match of the tournament. Of course, we lost that first one, or the first one yesterday. That was the only game that we lost, as I think he's going to seek some medical treatment here. I'm just looking down towards the playing area just to try and get a confirmation. And it wouldn't surprise to see me. You can see him there. He's okay. He's up and walking. I think it may have just broken through the grille and the top of the lid, the brim of the helmet. You can just see it just goes through. And he seemed as if he was okay straight away. Didn't show any initial reaction. But there's obviously something that's just gone through. So Latine looks as if he will be retired, not out. Of course, it used to come under the saying of retired injured, but it's now retired not out. So Latine is out, but he can come back. As it's never nice to see, as Avinash Parhabi's just asking, was that the top edge into helmet? It was, but it seemed to have got through the grill and the top of the brim of the helmet of Latine. But I think he is okay. He's just seeking some treatment, and as soon as I can get an update on Latine, I will give it over to you as quick as possible. Nestor, of course, is of course never does want to cause harm, but that's just a freak accident. Hopefully he's okay. The new batsman then lets this one flow through. Does Jamie Templeton, and that will be an end to an over there that not many people want to watch back. 31 for none then after 3 overs gone. You see Nestor putting his hands up straight away and apologising. It's again wasn't his doing. It was just a freak moment. So he is receiving medical treatment. And again, when I get a bit of information on Latine's current form, I will of course pass that on to you. Well, that is the end of the power play, of course, as Templeton comes in at number 3. But just a reminder that Ian Latine just went off injured as he copped one through the helmet off his top edge, trying to flick it into the leg side. There was a real clatter as leather met metal of the grill. Back to the game on hand though at the moment, and Jonathan West is going to take us into the 4th over. And it's an unlucky start for West, but Barley will take it. It's a wild swing, and if you're going to swing hard, and that's exactly what Dave Barley does, and he reaps the rewards. It's 4 more. You can see there, he's a little bit lucky. Of course, it's very unconventional to see any form of slip involved in T10 cricket. So now Rocker makes the move to go further back. And this is just met with the full face of the bat, and there's a good comeback from West. Oh dear, well that one is that's as wide as it gets, and it's almost missed the pitch on the leg side. It's very rare we see that. It normally tends to be on the offside, but that's Rocker's going to have to keep going if he's going to try and cut that off. But that's going to be 5 wides, and you'd argue probably worth a few more than just 5 wides. Full toss. Slapped down the ground. Cunningham will keep it to just another single. And this one flies through, and it's again a good comeback from West. He's keen to get off the mark, is Templeton. He won't quite get it yet, Barley on his hinges. And that one's a superb delivery from West. And it's a tidy end to an interesting over. It goes for 10. And at the end of the 4th, 41 for none. Of course, 41 for none. However, the retired not out of Ian Latine due to an injury sustained as the new bowler is in straight away. That wasn't the end of the over, in fact. Apologies. And there's a here's the end of the over. 41 for none then after 4.
Hey. Oi, finish. The Barley.
Just trying to get confirmation as to what's happening at the moment, but it's can't confirm. 41 for none then after 4 overs.
Hey, finish.
And good to see that skipper Ryan Grimes is going to bowl himself. It's always something that tends to occur, doesn't it? That the bowler will forget that he can be used himself as a bowler, as a skipper. But he's remembered it this time around, and he's doing it well. And he starts with a superb wide Yorker. And it's a good start for Grimes.
Finish!
And again angling in. This time just pushes out for another single. Templeton yet to get off the mark. 4 deliveries faced. Coming in at number 3, and he's not quite got off to the races yet. Well, Simon Morgan's looking ready. Wow, it sounds as if there's a bit of something on this one. It sounded woody, and it is. It's given us runs. And that is a single to the total.
That's what I'm saying.
Again angling in. It's a superb delivery once more from Grimes.
Lovely Grimesy! Lovely Grimesy!
And again, Grimes is leading from the front. He's putting it on a decent spot, 9 times out of 10. And this one clatters into the pads. Well, Templeton wanted a run. Parley's just taking a bit of a relaxed approach at this point.
Right, over this guy. Keep going, mate.
Tries to finish off the over as quiet as possible, and Templeton will call him through for a leg bye, and that will be the end of the 5th. 44 for none then after 5, and once again at a pretty decent stage at the halfway stage at Rugby CC. They were at 52 for 2 in the last game, and they've got themselves to 43 for no loss. Of course, Ian Latine went off retired, not out, so we will most likely expect to see him coming in again when he's able to. Just trying to get confirmation. He looks as if there's no more medical care being given, so I'm sure he's going to be making a recovery. Just seemed to pop off as he hit it. This is West coming back into the attack. On that one, missing leg stump by a matter of inches, and well, Christian Rocker's reaction tells us everything. And it's flown, and that's going to be another unlucky boundary. And that is signalled as 4 byes. This time he's just pushed offside and will just be a single. Templeton on strike, just the 1 run for him so far. That one missing off and almost goes into the helmet, but Rocker does get a glove on it. Just asking at what point does Mr. Latine can he come back in? He can come back in whenever there's a wicket. There's no restriction on as to whether or not he has to wait or anything like that in terms of batting. This is carved away, and it's going to race away, and it's another boundary. And Dave Parley is really taking the attack to the bowlers now, and he's making sure that any width that's being offered is being attacked, and he reaps the reward. It's a lovely shot, and it's 4 more. Last delivery then here in the 6th. It won't be, and that will be a wide down the leg side. And this time it's pushed just offside, and they don't take it on. That's good fielding from Michael Lammin, and it will just be a dot ball to end an eventful over. And at the end of the 6th, 55 for none. Story so far for the bowlers then. Nestor not having the time of his life in this second game of the night. And for 22, a bit uncharacteristically. Jonathan West again also not having the best of times, only going for 16 off his 2 overs, but not picking up a wicket. And you just wonder as to how much the Rugby CC camp want a wicket to fall, try and get the team back in. But of course that's a pretty negative way of thinking about it, but that's the game we played. Templeton on strike then against Cunningham, who's into the attack. And this is swatted down the ground. Nestor will collect for just 1 run.
Come on, Richie.
This is hit hard down the ground, straight to West. And that will again just be 1 run. Comes down and hits this well, and that is a lovely shot from Jamie Templeton. He finally gets his boundary count open, and it's a lovely way to do so. Advances down against Cunningham, and he holds the pose. Lovely shot, 4 more to that total. That total's growing now, and it moves into the 60s. Tries to go for it again, and he's gone. And Cunningham will get the wicket once more. It's another one for Richard Cunningham in this tournament. And it's again excellent work from Christian Rocker. It was a pretty simple stumping for him, but he sets off early to Templeton. And he gets it all wrong, and he's caught in no man's land. And it's the first official wicket to go. Rugby CC 61 for 1. And good to see that Ian Latine is making his way back out to the middle, which is always nice to see, and there's applause as well to see him come back on. Good sportsmanship from the Pirates. Gosh, it's probably the last person you want to see coming back out to the middle in terms of a cricket point of view, but Rocker as well, just making sure that he's all okay, and umpires doing the same, and of course being such a small country here in Gibraltar that all these players know each other. You can see there's a bit of a mark on his, just above his eyebrow, but he seems as if he's okay, and he's obviously back out then as he resumes on 19 off of 11 deliveries.
With the winers. With the winers.
And Latine comes straight into the attack, and it's going to be a 4, and that's one way of announcing your return to the middle. And he moves into the 20s with a bit of a miscued strike, but it's still got enough meat behind it, and it goes all the way, and it's 4 more. Through the kitchen sink of that one, if truth be told. Cunningham picked up the wicket, of course, of Templeton, but he's also gone for 10 off the over at this point with a single delivery left. Well, this is up in the air, and it's been dropped. It was a simple opportunity. It was right at Simon Morgan, and it's an opportunity that goes astray, and well, that could be costly. Only time will tell as to how costly it is, but it's a chance that goes down. And at the end of the 7th over, Rugby CC are 66 for 1. Joshy then is going to take the 8th over then here for the Pirates. And Latine down the track, 6. Doesn't matter where you are and where you're putting your fielders, because that has sailed about 20 yards over the boundary, and that's another 6 runs. And he's taken the attack to the bowlers, and he's come out with intent. He's probably feel a little bit unlucky that he didn't face more deliveries than what he did. Full toss, high in the air, opportunity. Put down again. And once more, Latine gets another life. And it's Andrew Reyes. Reyes is a man who's taken some blinders live on air. However, gets this one all wrong, and it just breaks through the hands, and it's another dropped catch. Short and dispatched. And this time it's taken. And that is a superb catch from the fielder there, Michael Lamin. In fact, that is a superb catch, because that was coming at him flat and hard at a rate of knots. No, it was either he holds on to the catch, or he takes one on the face, but it's a good catch nonetheless. And Dave Barley goes for 22. Second wicket down, 73 for 2. Christopher Gomila then is number 4 to come out. And he will be facing this next delivery then from Joshy, who goes the distance and then gets a catch dropped off his bowling, but then very next up, an absolute screamer is taken. It was a pretty simple catch, but it was right at him. And it has to be said that that's probably the hardest flat catch you'll ever take, but a good catch nonetheless. Gomila then. Oh, this is it's done everything, but it's a double bouncer. It turns off the second bounce and then misses the stumps. You do have to laugh at some moments. Free hit then. Well, it's going to be another free hit. This is a wide down the leg side. That one is back on the money, and the free hit doesn't prove to be too costly. This is swept, and it's skewed off the bat. And Jesse Sagi doesn't quite collect it cleanly, and again, it's just a single. Well, how important and how costly could that drop of Ian Latine be? He's on strike. He's got a final delivery left. And my bets are on the fact he might try and hit this downtown. And it's high in the air. Has he got enough legs on it? He has. And my prediction is correct once more. And Ian Latine pounces on yet again another full toss. I think if you go back on how many deliveries he's faced, I reckon about 70% of them are going to be down as full tosses. And he doesn't miss out on them, and it's 6 more, and it's a great way to end the over. And the Rugby CC now on 82 for 2 with 8 overs gone. You can see there, only 2 overs going for less than double digits. Pirates haven't quite been as critical with their bowling this second time around. Richard Cunningham is going to take us then into this 9th over. Bowling with the cap on as well. Interesting. Don't know whether he's forgotten or if he's doing it on purpose. He's bowling a second delivery now, so I'm going to say it's on purpose. This is missed from Gamilla. All he needs to do is get bat on ball, get Latine back down the other end. That's what the Rugby CC will want, and any fans of Rugby CC will be wanting exactly that. This is hitting it nicely, and I think this might have hit Ryan Grimes in a bit of an uncomfortable position. I think it's copped him on the shoulder, and luckily so, otherwise that could have been another potential injury, which is never nice to see. But Latine then, finally back on strike, 37 off 16. And that projected score of 96, if Latine has anything to say about it, he'll be hoping it's more than 100. This is down the ground, and that is a beautiful cricket shot, and that has gone, by the looks of it, all the way, and that is, well, it doesn't quite get much better than that. It's not a poor delivery from Cunningham, it has to be said, but it's a beautiful into-out shot, and Latine gets another maximum. Superb cricket from Latine, moves on to the 40s. Cunningham under a lot of pressure once more. This is a Gundy ball, and it's going to be 1 bounce 4 this time. And it's again a poor delivery, and that's all that Latine's really been doing. Is any poor delivery he's been offered, he's been swatting away and giving it the treatment it rightly deserves, and he now is racing away towards a half century himself. And he's gone for it again, and it's the exact same result. It's 4 more, and that brings up his half century. It's another superb half century from Ian Latine. He moves on to 51 off just 19 deliveries, and Latine is in fine form. And at the end of the 9th over, Rugby CC 97 for 2. Superb way to bring up your half century. Doesn't quite get better than that. 1 bounce 4. And again, you can see there is a bit of a mark, and there's a bit of swelling on that left eye of Ian Latine. So hopefully he doesn't see that blow up and become worse overnight. But last over then, 97 on the board, and already looking towards that 100 mark. And this is a much improved batting display from Rugby CC. Last over, Andrew Reyes. Miller has just been given one idea, and it was to get bat on ball. Ian Latine was setting off straight away. It was Joshy. This is a great angle here. There's a bit of a wayward throw, but Latine had set off and he wasn't going to be stopping. And he now is going to be looking to face the final 5 deliveries. This is wide, tossed up. He's just put it in the air, and it drops short of West, and it looks as if it might run away. It won't. It hasn't got the legs. It means Latine will come back. And we see here, I don't think he's even taken a run there. I think that's actually an eventful dot ball. It is. It has been given as a dot ball. Well, it's not. It's been given as 2. Well, sometimes you get it right, sometimes you get it wrong. Down the ground, slapped hard, it'll take some cutting off. West will get there this time. And importantly for Pirates, that will mean that Gormilla is back on strike. And no surprise now to see that the field converges and really applies the squeeze, and they won't want to let Gormilla off strike. Well, that's one way of doing it, because that's a very good delivery. Plays all around it, and again, it looks like the team may be getting stranded down the other end here. All Camilla needs to do is just get something on it, and Lateen's just going to set off, and in a very selfish manner, but rightly so, he's not going to be too bothered about what happens to Miller, and again misses out. You can see frustration. That will be one delivery remaining then. 99 on the board with a single delivery left for Gomila. And they won't get anything off it. And that's superb work from the Pirates to restrict Rugby CC to less than 100. They will finish on 99 for 2 after their 10 overs. And Lateen, even though he's made an incredible half century off of just 21 deliveries, it will be a little frustrating for them as he wouldn't have faced as many balls as possible due to an injury, and then that last over as well, Camilla just chewing up a few deliveries. But he opened the batting with Dave Barley, and it was a nice move, wasn't it? Those two at the top of the order looked very, very comfortable, and the bowling just wasn't quite as tight as it normally has been from the Pirates so far. There's a few loose deliveries from the likes of Kenroy Nestor, and it was punished, and there were some lovely cricket shots in there as well. Dave Barley, for example, with some nice crops. And then that was a big moment as he copped one, and it went right through the grill, and he had to go off for a couple of overs. But good to see that he obviously did make a recovery, as it was Jamie Templeton who came out at number 3 and joined Dave Barley, who just continued exactly where Ian Lateen left off. And that's not the finest of moments from Jonathan West. That was a bit of a shock to the system anyway, and then this beat everything. Not even Rocker had anything to say about that. This was up in the air though, and it was another lovely shot carving away through the offside, and it was another shot. And this was a really, really nice positive stroke from Jamie Templeton. Struggled a little bit, if all truth be told. However, he went for one too many. Rocker was there to do the rest and clean up what was left to be done, which did mean that Ian Lateen came back in, and he meant business, didn't he? As he came in and really took a liking to Cunningham, who uncharacteristically just wasn't able to get it on the right spot. But that drop did go down, of course, dropped by Simon Morgan. Of course, that went on to be pretty crucial as Joshy went the distance off his over. He went for 16 with full tosses almost everywhere. And again, the team facing majority of his deliveries faced were full tosses, and he was exactly there to punish. But this was a good catch right to Michael Lammin, who took a flat catch. I don't know if he had too much of an idea as to whether or not he was taking that. It was more just a sense of protecting himself, and everyone was taking cover. No need to, because that was out of the ground once more, and there were some lovely shots into the offside. That was a flat 6, and the next delivery was into the leg side, and then he replicated the shot 2 balls previous, and it wasn't a 6, but it was 1 bounce 4, and it was a beautiful way to bring up his half century. It was lovely batting from Ian Lateen, who finished on 52. Not out off of 21. This was off that last over then off Andrew Reyes, and this was an opportunity, but it went down. Well, it didn't cost him anything because it was a dot ball, but Ian Lateen finishes 52 not out off of 21 deliveries. Rugby CC 99 for 2 then after 10 overs, setting exactly 100 for the Pirates in match number 12. We will be back live on air in about 7 minutes or so do return as we'll see the Pirates' response to 99 for 2 being set by Rugby CC. You're watching FanCode, European Cricket T10 here in Gibraltar with myself, Charlie Hunt, on the European Cricket Network. Good evening and welcome to the final innings of this evening's play, the second innings of match number 12. As Pirates, they've been set 100 for victory exactly by Rugby CC after an incredible half-century, an unbroken half-century from Ian Latine, 52 not out off of just 21 deliveries. 100 for victory is a pretty simple equation. 10 and over from the off for Pirates. They were well on that on their way to breaking 10 and over in the previous game, so they'll be hoping they can replicate the form that they had last time around, and no surprise to see at the top of the order it's going to be Ken Roy-Nestor alongside the in form Jonathan West, who didn't have the same experience with ball in hand last innings as the first game, but he'll be hoping he can do it with the bat this time. As we're ready to get things underway. Just waiting for that clock to tick over to that half an hour mark. 20 past mark even, and it is going to be Thomas Ramagi for Rugby CC. And starts with a boom. What a way to get the chase underway. And Ken Roy-Nestor punishing Ramagi back over his head. It's short, it's loose, and it goes all the way. And what a way to get underway. 6. Not a good response. And see you later, pelota. It's another 6 runs. And it's boom, boom, maximum time here in Gibraltar. Full toss. And it's potentially being called a no ball as well. And it has, just waiting for confirmation. Free hit signal. It's a no ball. So this is a big, big opportunity then. This is skewed high in the air. Don't think it's going to go all the way. It'll just get over the infield and fall safely. Barley will collect it. It'll be just another 2, but what an impressive start to this over this has been.
Harry, come in, inside the ring. That ball, Tom, come on.
Thomas Ramagi then needs a response. It's full, lofted down the ground. Opportunity! Yeah! And taken! Ian Latine gets the breakthrough. And well, that is splendid. What an over this has been. It's had everything. And this time, it was one too many. And Latine takes a splendid catch. And Thomas Ramagi gets the wicket of Ken Roy-Nestor. He goes for a very explosive 14 off of 4. And first wicket falls 15 for 1. Beautiful shot. But an even better catch. Just didn't quite have enough on it, did Ken Roy-Nestor. And his fun comes to a very abrupt ending. Andrew Reyes then coming in at number 3. Andrew Smith just saying how much he liked the beanie. Well, it's cold. It's very, very cold here in Gibraltar. It's a chilly, brisk evening. Thomas Ramagi getting that breakthrough. What a comeback story. This over was an incredible one. It went... There's been 2 6s in it. And then he went for the extra one and he got caught. Andrew Reyes then. And misses out on this one.
Nice and straight, buddy, wicket to wicket. They miss you hit. That's it, Tom.
Oh, this one is another superb delivery, and this is an impressive comeback. What a story this has been. Bit of an away nipper from Thomas Ramagi. And, well, he's being brought back down to earth as this is collected. Good bit of fielding from the Duracell bunny, Zachary Simpson. And it's just a single to end the over. An interesting one. It's an expensive one, goes for 16, but Kenner Ernesto goes early. And at the end of the first, Pirates are 16 for 1. 71 matches now then without a golden ball. And of course, we are yet to get one in 2023. How long will we have to wait? That is the question. Of course, the more cricket you play, the more chances you're going to get that golden ball. Of course, for anyone who isn't aware, golden ball is how we determine the winners of a tied match. There's no super over, it's just that one delivery. It's unique to European Cricket Network, and the rule is as the batting side, you need to get 2 or more to gain a victory. And if you can defend 2 off the ball, the bowling side wins. As Barley is the new batsman, he starts on the money straight away.
Jamie, make sure you're inside the ring, yeah? Go on, Andy.
And he's got him. Excellent delivery from Barley. And it's the top of off stump. And that is the demise of Andrew Reyes. And he has to go. And all of a sudden, things are going from bad to worse for Pirates. As it's another excellent bit of bowling from Dave Barley. And another wicket falls. And all of a sudden, questions being asked. 16 for 2 early on in the second. Christian Rocker then, yet to be used as a batsman today. Didn't have to do much in that last game. He's in very early this time, and it's an interesting equation. He's got West at the moment, who's still yet to face a delivery. Jonathan West, he opened the batting. He's none off none. And, wow, these two, they've got a bit of a rebuilding over or two, and then they've got to go all guns blazing once more. 84 required for victory off of 52 deliveries. That run rate crept down due to that first big over. But it's still a big ask ahead.
Chris, you're giving them 1 on the offside. You're giving them 1 on the offside. Ready? Right, Dave, this is that, mate.
Oh, and that one is a very lucky escape for Christian Rocker. His first delivery face. He's trying to pull this one into the leg side. It stays low, and he, luckily so, gets a bit of bounce on it. Otherwise, it would have clattered into that back pad, and it almost would have been plumb. But what a start this has been for Dave Barley. On the money again. This is short and pulled nicely. Chases on, though. And Harry Pyle will keep it to just a single. Well, Jonathan West, none off none. No, he's not the latest incoming batsman. He was opening for Pirates. He's yet to face a single delivery. He's watched it all unfold as Jonathan West, but he's got an opportunity now. And it's a well-respected dot ball. Good cricket all round from Barley. And it's again a good response. And what an over that is. 1 wicket, 1 run conceded. And that's the exact over that you need after an expensive first. And at the end of the second, Pirates are 17 for 2.
For Rocky, maybe get somebody out because he just comes back. Because the space is wide open for him.
Story then of what's happened so far here in Gibraltar. Pirates top of the table at the moment. Rugby CC though with a victory here. They'll go sitting pretty comfortably in second place. Ramagi's continuing after a good, interesting first over. And he's on the money straight away and starts with a good dot ball. this is a leg side wide. Good take from Watkins. Of course, the skipper and wicketkeeper for Rugby CC. And of course, most likely be being helped out by Ian Latine as well. Oh, and this one has been given. And that one, an in-dipping delivery from Thomas Ramagi. And he took his time, but it was moving in. The only thing that you possibly argue was height. This one will give us more of an idea. And that one looks as if it could potentially have been rising above the stumps, but Rocker's been given his marching orders, and Ramagi picks up his second. And at the end, after that, it's now 18 for 3. And Rugby CC with a serious counterpunch over the last couple of deliveries. They've really taken the attack to Pirates here. Jeremy Dodger, first of all, super name, love it. Saying, love this move to bring him on for a second over. Looking great for Rugby now, certainly is. And Ramagi's now 2 for 17. Skipper comes into bat, and he's not going to go for the mark straight away, as it's the Duracell bunny, Zachary Simpson. And it's excellent bit of fielding. Well, Ramagi gets away with the one there. This is in the air, luckily just chipped over. It's eventually fielded. Robert Azapani, remember the name. That's a splendid bit of fielding. Gets the knee slide in, and oh, that's superb. That's incredible. Yeah, saved a run as well. Only was a single. And that's a lovely shot. 2 full, 2 straight from Thomas Ramagi, and a batsman of Jonathan West caliber is not going to miss out on an opportunity like that. It's in the arc, and he makes the most of it. That's 6 anywhere in the world. Lovely shot. Short, slapped and slapped hard. However, it's straight to Harry Pyle, and it's just another single. But Jonathan West is key to this chase now for Pirates, as it's now dwindling up towards 11 and over at the end of the third. An interesting power play. Rugby CC well on top though, 26 for 3. So at the moment, they just want to try and keep these two down to a minimum, and they'll also be trying to keep West off strike as much as possible. Barley's going to bowl out here, so an interesting move from Rugby CC to allow both their opening bowlers, to bowl out in the first 4 overs. So I think it's the first time we've seen it happen here in Gibraltar, and it's also the first time we've seen this in a while on the European Cricket Network. But I like the idea, and it's an interesting change. Well, time will tell us to see how impactful it will be. Barley continuing 1 for 1 off his first. He's trying to replicate this here. It's an excellent start. Right on the money. Short, but it grabs on this artificial wicket and really grips in. This one done almost everything, and Zachary Simpson takes a shot at the stumps, and it was very, very close. Just a single though. West missed. Feels as if he has missed out there. Oh, this is an attempt. Oh, that's almost incredible. That was almost a sensational road to redemption for Stephen Carey, as that was an outstretched hand above him. I hope he's okay. He's bent over on his hinges, but back to live action. Oh, this one. He's missed out again. But this was this chance originally. It was up in the air, got a hand to it, just didn't stick. Took a bit of a tumble on his way as well. Hopefully he's, it seems as if he's okay. But this is again another tidy over. Driven and driven nicely. However, straight to Ramagi. He does the fielding. Again, Dave Barley is keeping this over very quiet still. Oh, this is again flat batted. And once more Harry Pyle will be the man to do the fielding. And it's another single to bring us to the end of the over. And that is a superb spell of bowling from Dave Barley. And at the end of the fourth, Pirates are struggling at 30 for 3 after 4.
Let's go, Zach. Let's have another great spell, buddy.
Story of the tale then for the batting side. Bit of a collapse. Nestor going for 14, Reyes and Rocker going for 1 apiece. Rocker getting an LBW decision that possibly didn't go his way. But that's beyond the issue now, as it's a bit of a rebuilding stage. It's being executed quite nicely at the moment. It's a quiet time for Pirates, needing to go at almost 12 now. Duracell Bunny, Zachary Simpson himself, and is into the attack. And he's going to start with a leg side wide. Getting on the sweep is Pyle, but misses out. Catching Grimes, that is. This is a full toss up in the air. Opportunity potentially. Not taken, as Harry Pyle decides to defend the boundary rather than take on the catch. Down the ground, struck well. Once more, Ian Latine will do the work. Well, this has got through everything and be another leg by. This has been a pretty decent over so far from Simpson. Oh, that's a missed opportunity. West was trying to get on the advance, and Watkins misses out on what was a pretty set stumping opportunity. Would have been gone by a long way. That's a big opportunity that goes down. And this is just swatted leg side. And that will again just be 1 run to end the over. And once again, it's a tidy over with just 4 conceded off it. And at the end of the 5th, Pirates are 36 for 3. Welcome back to the commentary box then here in Gibraltar. Still a little bit chilly, but it's a bit more bearable this time than last time around. Of course, this time last night we were battling the elements. Of course, that match 10 being postponed, and of course will be rearranged. Just to reiterate, Sloggers versus Entertainers, match number 10, that will be rearranged at some point in the near future. When we have information as to when that will be, we will pass it on to you. But up till that point, all I can say is that it's been postponed and will be rearranged. Ian Latine then, bit of leg spin coming into the frame of things. And well, that one has been smashed onto the inside leg. And it will just be a single.
Guys. Come on, guys.
This is straight back at him and almost goes on to onto the non-strikers, and there's been a couple of close attempts at that, not on purpose, but almost just an evasive action. And it does come through for yet again just another single, and singles aren't enough at this point. Oh, that's gone through everything, and that's going to race away. The chase is on. It's good work in the end from Cameron Chowdhury. This is a full toss, and Jonathan West hasn't quite been able to carry on the momentum from last delivery. And well, that face from Ian Lettine just tells you everything you need to know. Thinks he's probably got away with one there. He takes a slip, and it's gone all the way. That'll be 6 runs. It was a good attempt from Harry Parley. He was interested all the way. Even with a slip, Lettine almost getting involved in the action. And it will be 6 more. But they're going to need a few more of those if they're going to get near this total now. $55 required then off 25. That run rate now at 13, just over 13 and over. They just need one big over changes it. Last ball then hit in the 6th. And it's dragged leg side, and well, West will most likely want to keep the strike, so it will just be 1. And after 6 overs, Pirates are 46 for 3. So tidy spells of bowling from Dave Barley, 1 for 5. Tasha Marley will go for 25, but picking up those two wickets of Rocker and Kenroy Nestor as well. That's the crucial part. And Zachary Simpson going for 4 off his single over. And it does look as if he's going to continue here. Unfortunately, not bowling in the bubble hat, which I'm a little bit disappointed about, but beggars can't be choosers. 7th over then. Again, it's right on the money. It's an awkward action to try and work out as a batsman. Sort of comes over himself. Lofted into the air. Again, doesn't quite commit to that shot. It's just a single. Means that just feels that West is sort of being told, look, it's going to have to be you, I'm afraid. Down the ground and just trying to overhit here. And well, it wasn't going to be a single, but now it will be. Barley was trying to take a throw on the stumps. And swept well, but that's a superb stop from Kamran Chowdhury. Lovely bit of work to stop that from what almost would have been a certain boundary. And again, just down the ground, and once more will just be yet again another single. And again, down the ground, Lettine interested, dropped. This time he puts it down, and arguably a simpler catch, but he puts it down. He had to come in and attack the ball, and possibly that momentum was what put him off, but it was an attacking shot, an attacking stroke from Ryan Grimes, but he gets an early life, and that will be the end of that over. And 7 overs gone, and it's now 52 for 3.
Rugby.
And the man who had a tough time of it last time around with the ball in hand, he's coming into the attack now. It's going to be Carey. And does start with just a single, means West will get back on strike. 21 off 17. A quieter time of it this time around. However, still feels as if there's just a slight opportunity whilst he's in the middle, and he took the attack to Stephen Carey last time. We'll be hoping he can do something similar this time. Oh, that's a full toss, no ball called. And the catch is put down, but it will mean just a no ball, and it will mean a free hit to come up.
2 runs, it's fine. Best case scenario for it. Yeah?
You can hear that.
Look who's on the free hit. Better.
That's Ian Latine who's calling out there that it's only ended up costing them 2 runs, and they've also got West off strike, so tactically it's not too painful. And the full toss is bowled, and bowled pretty well. Here's the free hit. And Stephen Carey will be happy to see that it's only just a single off that free hit.
Come on, Rugby.
This is clipped round the corner, and the catch gets put down. It was a regular catch for Cameron Chowdhury, but it was just coming at him a little bit too quickly, and he puts it down, and that's another missed opportunity to remove the dangerous Jonathan West. There needs to be a couple of boundaries at some point, otherwise Pirates are almost batting themselves out of this game. This is hit well, and that's looks as if it's gone all the way. That might be 6. That's a lovely shot. It was short and pulled, and they're going to need a few more of those. It was just over the man on that boundary, and it goes all the way. However, they're going to need a couple more of them. Just checking here for confirmation. And that one, I think, is what we need, as that looks as if it's going to be awarded a 6. It should be. That, for me, is enough anyway.
Ask the third umpire. Ask the cameraman.
Great shot, Ryan, though. Top shot, Ryan.
And it has been signalled 6. Rightly so as well. Lovely shot from Grimes, almost to his surprise a little bit.
Scary.
Needs a couple more though. And lets that one go as well, and understandably so, as it's a wide down the leg side. And it's another leg side wide.
Steve, back on it.
And Carey not happy. I think he feels as if there was a bit of pad on it, but doesn't sound as, or feel as if there was a sound. And again, it's this over that's just getting the Pirates back into the game ever so slightly. This time, leg side should just be 1. And will be. It's good work in the end from Azzopardi. clipped leg side. West will keep the strike with that single. And it's going to be coming down to these last 2 overs at the end of the 8th over. 69 for 3 on the table for the Pirates.
How many overs left? Is it 2 left? 2 overs left.
2 overs remaining then, and it's an interesting battle we've got here. 31 runs on the board, or are required, I should say, off of 12. At 15.5 an over is required. They certainly can do that. They just need 2 or 3 boundaries per over, and they're well in with it with a shout hit. Oh, well, this is flat down the ground, and it's 4. And that's a big start to the over. That's not the start that Latine would have wanted. It was a bit of a hit-me ball. He's come down the track. It's a lovely executed drive down the ground, and Ramagi isn't able to cut it off, and it's another boundary, 4 more. He's gone for it again. This time it's carved in the offside, and it's another 4. And all of a sudden we've got a game on our hands. Jonathan West has been biding his time. He's 28 off of 21. That moves now on to 32 off of 22. And you just feel that whilst West is still at the crease, there's still an opportunity here for the Pirates, as it's now 20. That'll be 23 off 10. Goes for it again and just misses out. Zachary Simpson is the fielder. And it's a dot ball, and dot balls are gold dust at this point. This is pulled nicely. 6. That's a big one. That's 6 more. And all of a sudden, this game is well in the balance. And it's a full toss as well. And that is 6. And that's a lovely shot executed nicely. And it's gone all the way, and it's 6.
Come on, Henry, let's go, buddy, come on.
Down the ground again, hit well. Another 4. It's another boundary. And Jonathan West is playing an innings of pure brilliance at the moment. And Latine, he's almost going from 0 to 0 here after incredible innings himself. He's almost giving an opportunity back to the Pirates. And adjust, and it's an opportunity missed. And it possibly could have been a stumping.
Hey, come on, let's go.
This on here, misses here, and if it was taken cleanly, it would have been an opportunity, but it's a dot ball. And it's a simple equation then. 13 runs required off this last over. And these are what would happen if we do get a tie at the end of the game. The match would be decided by a golden ball. Batting team would need 2 to win off that single delivery. However, anything less, then the fielding team would be the winners. That's what would happen, of course, last year. These are the timelines, of course. Last year we had 4 batting side win and 9 bowlers, and you can see that it's very evenly split, but it's more towards the bowling side. However, it's a simple equation then. 13 runs off of 6. 13 runs off the last ball, and if you're Ryan Grimes, you're thinking, just get bat on ball and run. Run for your life. That's what the skipper will be thinking. Jonathan West has raced along to 42 off 26. 13 runs needed off the last then. And that's a good delivery and given. That's been given by the umpire, and that's an excellent start to Stephen Carey's second over. He gets the breakthrough of the skipper, and Ryan Grimes has to go. And more importantly, though, it's a dot ball. And Rugby CC, they're going to be happy as Pirates are now 87 for 4. It's a tough one. It's a tough one to take as the skipper. He would have wanted to have been there at the end with his team if they were to get over the line. But the new batsman got to get bat and ball. It's Michael Lamin who is the new batsman. He's just got to get bat and ball. A single, and it brings it down to 12 off of 4 here if they can get a single. Jonathan West, is it going to be another example of someone being left stranded at the non-striker's end, just watching out of his control? 13 off 5. It's a leg side wide. They're going to take the run as well. That's cheeky, but that's excellent from Jonathan West. That is superb from Jonathan West. Cheeky running, but it's still very good sense of mind to take it on. It was a tough take for Watkins, truth be told. And that's now 2, so it's now 9 off 4. That's a pretty decent outcome for Pirates. Trying to turn him round. It's a lovely shot. That's a beautiful cricket shot from Jonathan West, given the circumstances, to have yourself amongst it, to be able to turn it round the corner. That is beautiful cricket from Jonathan West. And that is another boundary. And again, just trying to make sure we get the scores right. We don't want to have any issues. 7 runs needed off 4 now. 1 boundary would do it. 1 boundary would bring them right into the game. And this is, they're going to ask a question here. And well, interesting enough. This one here. It is signalled wide. It is going to be a wide. And now 6 off 4. Down the ground, hit well. It's 1 run, and that's important for Rugby CC here. And I was surprised to see them take that run on, because it now means it's 5 off 3. Here we go then. 5 runs for victory off 3 deliveries. Lamin on strike, yet to face a legal delivery. Cloth, leg side, they're going to take it on. It's a misfield. It's a misfield from Zachary Simpson. It's a single. It's now 4 off 2. Simple equation. A boundary would do it. Carey just needs to bowl a legal delivery. That's all he needs to do here. He needs to just make sure it's not a wide. And he does so, but it's going to rush through. And it's not, they're not going to take the run as well. And I have to say that's probably sensible from West. I don't mind that at all. Well, it's 4 to win, 3 for a golden ball. Here we go. We've had a few close calls, but this is the closest we've had yet. 4 for victory. That's a false start. Just making sure that they have everyone out on the boundary, so the field is set then. Everyone on the leg side is out, bar 1. That's Zachary Simpson at mid-wicket. 4 to win then. West on strike. It's full, and it's executed brilliantly. And they've taken a shot at the stumps. And that will be the game. And that is superb from Rugby CC. They will be your winners. As Jonathan West just wasn't able to get them over the line. But what a superb way to end an evening of cricket here, as Rugby CC are going to take the second game by just 2 runs here in Gibraltar. I mean, I think that just shows that anyone can beat anyone on their day, and this tournament is proving and setting up to be an incredible tournament of cricket, and there's only more to come, as Rugby CC will take a victory here in match number 12. We can go ahead and take a look at the highlights of what was an incredible chase. There was ups and downs for all teams. It was an explosive start for Kenroy Nestor. He went boom, 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 and he was 14 off 3, and then all of a sudden he went for one too many down the ground, and it was a lovely catch from Ian Latine, and that was a crucial catch, wasn't it? It was an explosive start, but then at the end of the day, taking catches will win you matches, and that's exactly what's happened here. Andrew Reyes with a nothing shot, truth be told. It was an excellent spell of bowling though from Dave Barley. He went for 1 for 5 off his 2 overs. But Torres Ramage getting 2 big wickets in Rocker and Nestor means he's 2 for 25 as well. It meant Jonathan West just had to really stand at the other end and watch just as it all unfolded, really. He ended up on not out on 48, stranded just too short of not only his half century, but too short of the total as well. Good little cameo though from Ryan Grimes, finally getting a bit of a successful night with the bat in hand. He ended up 18 off of 18. There were a few drop catches though, but luckily so for Rugby CC, they won't go on to reminisce about those and won't have to be too worried about those. And credit where credit's due. You have to remember that there were ups and downs in this game, but it really was the tale of 2 batsmen, Jonathan West and Ian Latine, one getting to their half century, one not. Those 2 extra runs off Ian Latine end up being all she wrote, as of course Rugby CC have beaten the Pirates by 2 runs here. Splendid hitting though, all around the ground, and then that was the start of the last over. It was given and not given out on the field, which meant that Grimes had to go. That was an excellent shot, and in the circumstances as well, it was even better. Then this was the last delivery, and that was all she wrote, as there was scrambles everywhere. Everyone was all over the gaff to try and find themselves as to where they needed to be. But what a last game it was here tonight. Serious bit of work by the Rugby CC to go ahead and make the comeback after being thumped, if all truth be told, in that first game this evening. But that really does change things up in the table. Pirates lose their second game of the tournament. Rugby CC, they now move clear into second with 2 points between them and first, but them in third as well. That's the crucial moment. But hey, credit where credit's due to Stephen Carey. Had a bit of a rough time of it in that first innings, didn't he? He went for a lot of runs off his, or the first game I should say, went for a lot of runs off his 2 overs, but was able to come back in that second game and was really able to get to, you know, just have a little bit about himself and come back and bowl really superbly, picking up a wicket in the last over, but defending not many as well. And of course, meaning that Rugby CC go ahead and take the victory. A huge thanks to everyone though for tuning in on FanCode in India or on our YouTube channel. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring you the coverage here once more. But a huge thanks to a few people here at the ground in Gibraltar, to the ECN crew, the Blue crew. We've got a little addition as well here today, to Tamila, to Stefan, to Shub, to Manav, to Samir, and also to Mars. Marzy's here. He's helping out over the next couple of days, and he'll be here for the remainder of the tournament. But most importantly, to our crew at Spring Productions, so to Andrews, to Ramans, and to Richard, a huge thank you to all of you, because without you three, none of this is possible. None of the magic that happens out on the field over there gets put onto the screens that we can all and we can all go ahead and enjoy and watch back over the years to come. A huge thank you to all 3 of you. Also a huge thanks to the local organising committee here in Gibraltar. It's been a splendid first couple of days. Of course, we're coming up to the weekend, couple of days before we get to that weekend, but plenty more cricket still to come here. Do remember, we'll be back again tomorrow at the later time, starting at 7:30 local time. That'll be 2 more very exciting games. Do remember that we're back then, and make sure to go ahead and follow us on all of our social media channels as well. Plenty of content going out there to start the new year. Lots of clips coming from here in Gibraltar and other little bits as well. So do go and make sure you get engaged with the content out on there. That's all that we have time for here in Gibraltar then this evening, and I'm certainly looking forward to coming back yet again tomorrow. Until then, you're watching the FanCode European Cricket T10 with myself, Charlie Hunt, on the European Cricket Network. Good night.
Bye.